Hey yo, what's up, everybody? It's me, Corn Gwyn, coming at you live with another Corn Gwyn live show. Here. Today we're yes, doing a bit more tasks on the list. I've been doing some refactoring. I think we're gonna continue to refactor ads. Oh hell nah. I was about to punch something. I was watching a series and this kid, she was so rude and annoying. I see. Now I get it. The Craft, Robert, Guffer, Big Pooh, Mega, Pat. Brown Horse has a lot of horse heads. Anyway. Yeah, Guff got hurt by that. I don't know why. I didn't know Guff was such a horse boy. You know what? Respect. Have you seen my head collect? Yeah, that's what I was just watching it now. I saw the bag. How long did it take you to collect horse heads? Oh no, I haven't seen the actual collection. We'll have to take a look at that during the official tour. Let's see, traffic intersection. Oh right, I was gonna add the plugin. I wanna get Harpoon. Plugins. Wait, does it actually... I think I can probably set up the... See, yeah, go to harpoon file 1. How do I find the actual, like, command for it, though? Like, does that? Find action mapping. Good morning to you. Type ID of him and track action IDs. Okay. Perform the desired and its ID will appear in a pop-up notification. Okay. Go to harpoon 5. Okay. Pose with photos of my collection in the craft. Oh shit, that's Fox. And also Evil Fox. Wait, what's the Evil Fox? You know, what's the chance of them dropping heads? Holy shit. Like, what are the percentage chances of head drops? Because that's like an insane amount of heads. The bee is just a head. Its entire body is a head. Are these the horses? Oh, those are dogs? Oh, I guess when you kill them when they're evil, they drop their evil head. Okay. So let's try this. Yank one down, paste. Okay. No. Okay, well, I can try this. So, make a new macro. Yank one down. Or we'll have to Create a new macro. Start a line. Yank one down. Go one down. Paste. I guess find H. One there. Increment. Find 2n. Oh. Oh, do find n. One left. Increment. Down. Start a line. Find H. One left. Increment. Do find n. Left. Increment. And I guess that is the macro, so end there. I'm good, I'm good. Okay, I guess I screwed it up. Let's try it one more time. Try it one more time. So, yank one down, down. Paste. Find H, left, increment, and left, increment, left, increment, line, find H, left, increment, up, start, and then end with macro. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, that took way longer, but yeah, kind of satisfying. So that should harpoon. Okay, so I guess we shut it down and open it back up. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Okay, synchronized. I never understood what the difference between X no remap and N no remap means. But Like, why does that not work? Can you not use like the numbered? Adobe trying to sneakily get me into yearly contract with like 100 early cancellation. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. The early cancellation stuff is absolutely insane. I have no idea how they're even allowed to do that. Oh, it's visual and normal mode. Okay. But isn't it, is X not both, or is it V no remap? Is that also a thing? Remap, no remap, and no remap, V no remap. Is X for just all of them, I guess. They don't even say it's yearly subscription, just a much of a... Exactly, that's also the sneaky thing. They're like, that companies are even allowed to advertise the per month cost if the binding contract is for a year. Like, I don't care necessarily how much it costs for a month. In most cases, if you're paying for a year, the most interesting thing is how much is this going to cost me over the course of a year, right? Secondary is what does it cost per month. Yeah. Is it C dash? I've never touched VR, but I think the thing I know that matters the most in VR from those I know who have worked in VR, is performance. Performance is absolute key because most like baseline performance, in VR, what FPS should you have for VR? Yeah, 90 FPS or higher is like baseline for VR, which is absolutely very difficult to hit for like even a competent developer. If you're trying to make like a high fidelity game, 90 FPS is a struggle, dude. And keep in mind that if you're targeting like the Vive and stuff, or not the Vive, what's it called? The Quest. It's not a beef, right? It's not a beefy computer in the Quest. It's impressive, but it's not beefy. So you really have to know how to optimize well if you're gonna make a VR game, or alternatively, you know where to cut corners, and that's why a game like Gorilla Tag is not necessarily made by the most experienced developers, but it plays to its strengths by being very, you know, simple visually, and that works great in VR, right? VR seems like it's not worth to develop with a smaller audience size and complexities. I guess that's why there are no AAA games for it. I think that's the case, yeah. But honestly, I mean, at the same time, maybe it is a bit of an untapped market because it's not an easy market to enter into, because the sort of what you're supposed to do in VR has not yet been established. There's not been the de facto VR title except for like you know, except for Beat Saber, honestly. Maybe Gorilla Tag. Like if you're looking at the de facto, what is VR gaming right now? That's sort of where it starts and ends. You have like these flavor of the month games that come and go, but like those two games are sort of like staple VR games. And then if you're looking at like AAA experience, obviously Half-Life Alyx. We haven't seen anything more impressive than that. But yeah, like these military sims and weapon sims and stuff like that. But it's like that's niche stuff, you know? Yeah, and I think like when it comes to augmented reality, for sure, Pokemon has got that market cornered. Um, but I don't know. I think there's a lot more room for VR to grow. I really do. Wait, space control harp. Space control harp. No, it doesn't. Oh, okay, yeah. So you'd have to have it be because it's a combo, right? Hello, Ingarisis. What's up? Long time no see. Mega wants to arrest me. He probably should. Joke's on him. I'ma kill him. I'ma kill a goat. Oh. Kill a goth. Goth goat? Goat goth. I'm just trying to map my, Wait, so if I... Sweet, okay. And I can harpoon here. Yeah, I'm good in Greases. That's good. Yeah, okay. So the harpoon only goes to the file, not to the specific line. But that's fine. Okay, so... let's find the car. Car controller. So we have the start, which assigns this. Yeah, we're gonna bring this shit up. So yank 14, no, D14. Yeah, this has to be serialized. Would be nice if we can like not show it in the inspector, but I think we're gonna have to. Hello, Desturchi, welcome back. Glad to have you here. Remember me? Okay, so that's the car controller. And then we need to go to the vehicle entity, I think. Because we do process the nav mesh cut here. Yeah, if cutting nav mesh, which is false. Time since cut should be assigned to start. Yes, I can remember you. So I'm trying to make my game. I need your help, my bro, with Blender. Yeah, okay. What's your problem? So I need to make a Subway 81717 with Blender, but I can't. Right, okay. Well, I mean, that's a tricky model to make. Do you want it to be functional? Does it have to have like working doors, or does it need to be transparent? Does it need like to have interiors? If it's your first time working with Blender, you're not going to be able to make something that looks like this and looks good. I can tell you that much. Just flat out, if this is your first time working with Blender, you're not going to be able to achieve that. However, you can make something that looks like it, but you're not going to be able to make it look the way you want it to. And you're going to have to be okay with that. And I think that's something, you know, whenever you're working in something that you're not familiar with, be okay with results that don't live up to your expectations. Or maybe set your expectations such that you're okay with the end results, maybe one should say. Okay, AI vehicle not enabled is false if we don't have an AI driver. Yeah, I don't think, I mean, a question for you, Disturchi. Do you care about learning programming? Is that something that you want to do? Are you interested in learning programming? I want to learn C++, and my plan is I want to play my own idea game. I'm from Uzbekistan, and I can't find my favorite game, which I think. I think, okay, so you're saying you want to learn C++. Then here's my suggestion, and do with this what you will. But my suggestion is do not use ChatGPT. If you seriously care about wanting to learn how to program, do not use ChatGPT. ChatGPT is not teaching you how to program. ChatGPT is only giving you the results. But you're not actually learning how to program. You're just getting results. Which can be fine if you genuinely do not care about programming, and that's okay. But it's not going to teach you how to program, so keep that in mind. You're going to run into problems that you're not going to be able to understand or know how to solve because you never bothered to learn what you were actually doing because you only cared about the results. But I'm not saying this to sort of tell you to step away from the AI. It's just so you're more aware of the trade-off you're making. Because that's the bigger thing to be aware of, as opposed to, like, don't use ChatGPT, you know? But how only ChatGPT understands me, but in our country hasn't got any game dev teachers? You don't need a game dev teacher. You don't. Follow courses online on programming. Watch videos on game design. Follow courses on game design. There's so much free content out there. And actually try to learn the material. Don't just let the material be given to you and done for you. That does not put you in a place of learning. I feel like this set active state is not the awakening process, because the awakening Do you have two monitors? No, just one. I use my laptop, though, as the stream watching screen, but I don't actually do anything on the laptop. MacBook with Apple Silicon, so quite nice. I'm really happy with it. I mean, I don't know how long time. I spent ages. It's it is a very very long time. Your keyboard is very quiet. Yeah, I mean, I don't like loud keyboards. I'm using the Advantage 2 keyboard. This fell up. I don't know. What is it? Type monkey? Monkey type? Yeah, let's try. About 100. Let's try again. 102. Ah, Dasturchi means developer in Uzbekistan language. Okay, nice. Fixing these damn typos. I see. Mm-mm. Yeah, I just did. Yeah, thank you, dude. I'm happy with it. I like me penguin. Let's see. Right. Sweet. Awaiting wheel calls should not necessarily be shown in the inspector. Start engine and awake is probably... Let's see. Vehicle controller. Start and... No, okay. That in the engine. Yeah. No, it's true in all of them. So this we can delete. Start engine delay. I guess we don't need to have that for me to next. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we have the wheels and the wheel colliders, the object, attachable object. Then a waiting wheel cull doesn't have to be viewable in the inspector. Oh, okay. There's wheels and then there's wheels. They're a duplicate. Okay. I'll see how to address that. Sweet. Now, let's see here. What kind of... that's the wheels object, which is... I assume... Controller. Oh, okay. Yeah, wheels are already assigned, so we don't need doubles. Because it would make more sense to have the wheel collider, detectable objects and stuff be part of the parent vehicle. Maybe that's what I should do then. I'll do that. Shit. Like this crashed for some reason. Hey yo, Gufford, what's up? Hey yo, Gufford. I'm thinking about starting a horse head collection in Minecraft. Oh, I see. On lunch. I hate soup for killing horses. Yeah. Imagine if Soup farmed those horse heads from Mega's horses. That would be kind of based. I told Soup to put a horse head on Mega's bed. Godfather style. But I don't know if she did it. I assume no. Would have been cool though. Why did I even press play? Did you see that Robert said he wanted to live alone, but Soup, Guppy, Pat, and Big Pooh can come? I want to live alone. Although... literally everyone except Mega can come. Right now, I'm sort of reworking the vehicles. Because you know, the more I work with the vehicles, the more I see, like, they're kind of messy. So I'm trying to just organize them so I can actually work with them. I swear he plays the game in a zombie-like state. Have you played with him? Have you been near him? He uses fist. You're gonna get new cars, but right now I'm just focused on he has an axe. He got lost in the caves and claimed I made him get lost. Mega, you sly fox. We rebuilt a house in his village, but then he didn't realize it was a village house. Oh, I didn't reset the end. You guys want me to do that? I can shut down the server and do it right now. Okay, I'll do it. Yeah, I can find the ThinkPad server. Minecraft server. So it's literally just stop the server, delete the end, and we're good, right? So stop. Delete the end. Start. Okay. Should be up very soon. Preparing the spawn area and stuff. Let's see. Should be able to join now. Yeah, you just disconnected. Try now. Mango. Well, let me know how it goes. Okay, let's see, the awaiting wheel cull we don't need to have. Wait. I checked cull. Awaiting wheel cull here. Scanning for Legacy World Dragon Fight. Found that the dragon has not yet been killed in this world. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. That's weird. No, it's working. Because I deleted the end. It's like it's supposed to be. Gufford, are you sure you're not Robber? Egg. Well, you guys gonna make a dragon omelet? That's crazy. Trying to make a dragon omelet? Wait, is it not allowed to like go in between or something? You need 2 eggs for a good omelet. True. Best AI vehicle. Just busted a fat true. Okay, there we go. Now it's should be all in the same order. Oh, that one has the police car. Hey. What's this week's to do? This week's to do is not defined right now. I just been, you know, I was showing you the chaos that was the vehicle class. I'm attempting to clean it up a little bit. Not entirely, but a little bit. I've also removed all pretty pretty much all allocations. There was like 10 kilobytes of allocations per frame, which is but the but now there's like less than one. So average half a kilobyte, which is not bad. I'm gonna try to get to 0, but it wasn't one thing, it was many things. I just hadn't bothered inspecting the allocations. Mainly it's Link. C# Link will do lots of allocations, and I just had a bunch of legacy code that I hadn't touched in ages, and I just haven't been looking at allocations at all until now. I was like, hey, you know what? Let's do this, and yeah, we're good. Yeah, it's I'm both doing optimization, but mainly my interest is cleaning up this mess of a asset that I purchased. Because I'm like, you know, I'm gonna be working with cars, and I want to take like the quality of this car simulation to quite a high level. So it's not really in my interest to it's not in my interest to have to walk into a maze every single time I edit, like the way that cars are supposed to work. I think it's very important that I understand exactly what's happening to the cars. Which you might say, hey, well, why didn't you just write your own car system? But yeah, this has laid a lot of groundwork. It's fairly okay structured, but there's a lot of weird stuff that it does too. Yeah, I know there is an allocation-free Link asset out there on, or like library on GitHub that you can implement. But yeah, I don't know. I will use Link still for, like, you know, I think generally it's fine in my case to not use Link, even though I love Link. I think I should probably get that allocation free library, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what exactly I don't even know if I'm gonna have trailers, but I'll just leave this. But yeah, basically I've really cut down the fat and set up the structure on these classes, so it's looking pretty good compared to how it used to. Still not perfect, but there's a much more streamlined path that the data flows now. The key issue is that cars will drive essentially in a couple different ways. First, there's the player-driven style of driving, right? So the player is driving the car. Second one is the AI is driving the car, and the AI drives in basically two states. One is the kinematic state when it's not being simulated physically, and one is the non-kinematic state when it's actually being simulated physically. And then there's also the issue of there's a difference between the way that the host is driving the car, or that the local authority is driving the car versus the state authority simulates the car, you know, or like proxies simulate the car rather. So there's a bunch of tricky stuff going on with the cars. But it's not, and sometimes the cars aren't even being driven also. Sometimes they're just being simulated their position, because I'm not doing like smoke and mirrors with it when it comes to the cars. I actually want them to be simulated fairly one-to-one across all clients. Which GTA does not. I was looking into GTA 5, and apparently, and this I didn't know. This is kind of interesting. GTA 5 being peer-to-peer is actually true peer-to-peer, and clients will have local ownership. They will have local ownership over all the cars nearby them. And then as other players approach, the local owner will be like synchronizing with them, sort of their state. And that, I did not expect that. I thought that the cars and pedestrians were mostly server side, but apparently it's nearly entirely client side. But they do like, yeah, ownership handoffs. But I can't do that because firstly, it wouldn't make sense because it's not true peer-to-peer that I'm doing. So you wouldn't be able to send like direct messages from peer-to-peer. Secondly, the whole architecture is host mode, right? And the simulation is more or less, it's not deterministic, but it's persistent. It's a persistent simulation. So you can't have like these dummy crowds that spawn in locally on the client to like flesh out their world, because every NPC has like a schedule that they're doing. And as they enter and leave, you know, they're still doing their schedule. Whether that's like going to the club or whatever. So I can't do a bunch of smoke and mirrors shit. Yeah, exactly. It's client side driving I knew about as well, but yeah, the actual pedestrians and all the cars roaming are just you essentially tell the server, or the server doesn't even need to know actually until there's another player that comes nearby you. You do the entire simulation as if you're playing single player. So the server, you know, doesn't even need to know that there's a car near you or anything. So it's all local, and that's how they can make it feel so good. But the reason they can do that is it's twofold. One is that the simulation doesn't, you know, it's not a persistent simulation. So, you know, as an NPC leaves your sphere of influence, they get despawned. But secondly, players in general in GTA are very far apart. So like 99% of the time, you would just be wasting server computation if you're simulating this full GTA world, and synchronizing that to players. That doesn't make any sense. So yeah, it's all like local essentially. up until the point that two players enter each other's sphere of influence, and then whoever has control is the one that synchronizes. But there's still one like prime host, of course, in the whole peer-to-peer network, and that host is I guess doing those sort of checks to see like who does what or who owns what and stuff. I would assume so, yeah. But for me, I can't do those fancy things because yeah, if I say like, hey, you're a client, you can spawn in some NPCs here to like control locally so you can get like a good sim. I would love that because that would be, you know, feel very nice, but that ruins the entire simulation, right? Which is what I put my stock into. But again, I don't need as many NPCs and as many cars as GTA. I can sort of cut down on that aspect and instead focus on a more realistic sim. And it's the same thing with I saw, because I was thinking like what games are like simulating a lot of NPCs all at once, and I was thinking Left 4 Dead. How do they do that? And they're doing like these dummy crowds. Like when a horde is running to you, it's only really the ones you can shoot at that are getting simulated. The rest are just like local dummies in the background, just there to flesh out the simulation. But I can't do that either. Because again, every NPC is persistent. So a lot of the smoke and mirrors leaves the room. The only approach I can take is essentially a very aggressive lauding. That's where my optimization begins and ends. Very aggressive lauding. No, I don't think it's unreasonable for indie either. I think doing it like GTA is completely fine, but I think for their code, I mean, it's if you're driving a car and you're crashing into another car, I mean, I sort of, the thing is, I don't think it's unreasonable. It's complicated, but I don't think it's an insane thing. It depends on your server structure. But like Fusion has this thing called Fusion Shared Mode, which essentially is this true peer-to-peer with like ownership handoffs and stuff. And in that mode, you could do exactly what GTA 5 is doing. Are there other games that have similar thing with the NPCs that all have schedules you can look at? In a multiplayer context, I don't know. I actually don't know if there's that in a multiplayer. I mean, in GTA they have schedules, but they're not persistent schedules. So you can follow an NPC as they're walking around and doing stuff and going places or driving somewhere. But the second they leave your sphere of influence, it's like, poof, they're gone. They don't exist anymore. So is it really a schedule, or is it just like, you know, it's smoke and mirrors? But I don't even know how complex the multiplayer NPCs get. I would assume in GTA 6 they probably get to an insane level of detail, but I mean, you look at the schedules that NPCs in Red Dead Redemption 2 have, and it's very in-depth. And I can't do that, but again, I think Red Dead Redemption 2 also has, you know, again, smoke and mirrors. You leave the area and they don't exist anymore. But I want to, yeah, sort of minimize. GTA is a fast driving game. I reckon you'd notice it in Penguin Springs if you despawn them. Does it matter? Is a whole different. Yeah, I think it's for me. It's just this level of immersion. I'm imagining the scenario, right? Because Penguin Springs is not a huge game by any means. So the potential to bump into the same NPC driving the same car. You know, let's say that you crash into a car, you give him a fender bender, you know? He gets a recognizable dent on his car. He drives off. And then he comes back driving that same fender bendered car. I think that's a cool and immersive experience. Whereas you give a guy a fender bender, he drives out, he goes into the despawn zone, and all of a sudden he doesn't exist anymore. It's as if your action had no consequence. I think it's like a cool thing for that level of persistence. But then of course, you know, if a penguin drives a car, you kill the owner of the car, and the car is standing on the side of the road, sooner or later, we're going to have to despawn the car. Like, obviously. But maintaining some level of persistence in the whole simulation, I think, is a cool thing to strive for. They head to the repair shop if the car's broken. That would be crazy. Rain World has something like that with the smarter creatures who live in tribes, and seeing specific guys randomly over multiple hours is very immersive. Yeah. And that's, I think, I don't know, in Spore, for example, it was always cool to me how going from like the creature stage to the tribal stage, because there was this persistent memory, you'd have races carry over from one stage to the next. And that sort of feeling of like, you know, the game world carries on without me. And that's why I love Animal Crossing, for example. Like, you log in every day and these little characters are living their own lives. You check in like, oh, what's different? Oh, look, he's got some new furniture in his house, and he, you know, found this thing. Oh, he's got new clothes on or whatever. And, you know, I think it's a niche interest to people. I think most people, probably over 90%, just don't care, but it's something that I value at least, so. Okay, I think we have... Need to see here. Set active state. This runs in update new lot. Okay, so when we start the car, we disable the car. Mm-hmm. Wait, but ran first initialization. Okay, so it starts as true. I still think... Can't wait for Penguin Springs to sell one MTH copy. Everyone's cheering. I get hired as the main UI transition specialist. We transition. Everyone's ecstatic, high-fiving. Yeah. They're like, I was hesitant to wait, why is this double? I was hesitant to play Penguin Springs, but then I heard that they were using Humane UI. I don't know why I doubled up on as AI driver. Megas had it with the Humane UI. I've also had it with Humane UI. To be honest, the 3-day project 14 days overdue. Well, well, well. Looks like Humane UI will never get finished. It's over. Yeah, okay, sweet. Wait, where am I? Is that the only place where I'm assigning it? Yeah, I guess. Well, I'm not assigning it. The maker of this mess of a car asset is assigning it. Um... Oh. I was watch video. Mr. Mask Blue Kid. Oh yeah, that's cool. Keep telling myself it's finished, and then I start making the settings menu, and I'm stuck for hours, suddenly adding features to Humane UI. Humane UI will be the most feature-rich asset. Like this one, Collider for AI detection. I don't think I need that. What if it was Goon UI? You should listen to Mega, Daddy Frosty. Goon UI. I just want to see what happens if I remove that. Yeah, Goon UI. You call it, yeah, GUI. Exactly. That sounds great. GUI really rolls off the tongue. That's how I interface with the GUI. Yeah. By the way, guys, you can use the feed feature if you want to make me grow in size. It's 1%, so it's 10 times more efficient today than it was yesterday. Thank you for feeding me, Gufford. Add this to Humane UI. Add the ability to feed the UI. Then we'll talk. I think the problem is that the feeding actually makes me skinnier, but we'll see. I can't get a confirmation on that. Yeah, I think it needs the collider because it thinks it needs to reset. It's confused. Game settings, okay. Add a feast option. Oh, at 1000%, I'd take up the entire screen, dude. Layer for AI detection. Water. Someone follow me with ads, YouTube sus ads. I try to report ads sus. I block him with ads. I was watch video, another ad sus I got. Flashbang my eye burn. I tried to report ads got banned sus girl. I think Mr. Mask Blue Kid is either on something or he's dying. That was the most schizo post I've ever read. It's true, it's not working. What country would I recommend? Antarctica. C#, I mean. Yeah, I think something broke in these cars, which I'm not entirely surprised by. I have been changing a lot of things, so... I'm just gonna, for a sanity check, see that I can drive cars. Yeah, I can drive it. Or? I mean, barely. Car's like not even moving. He named Marvel. Can you report him? Me ad girl wear shirt. I'm kid. Also the ads. I can report him sus girl with ads. I'm kid. What the fuck? This. Yeah, okay, so the torque wasn't working. I guess that's why the AI couldn't drive. It's the torque. Why are all the YouTube viewers brain dead? I don't know. I don't know. I've gotten some YouTube viewers coming over from YouTube, so you know, I still keep it going for that reason. There are some people who check in from YouTube every now and then that I also enjoy. I don't know, you get like either you get these weird schizo posters like this guy, or you get people asking if I remember them. But then every now and then you get like someone, oh, hey, I just found you scrolling through the shorts. And I'm like, thank you. Glad to have you here. Dude, ads keeps following me. She made with ads. She add my girl. He wear shirt. I got burned. My eye is not working. Report is not working. I can block him ads. Okay, I'm just banning this guy. I can't. I've had this guy on here. Mr. Mask Lukia. He's been here before. I don't know what the frick is. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's a kid, but he's obviously, there we go, banned. Absolutely in solidarity with Robert's passing. Look, this guy makes Robert pale in comparison. Okay? Robert's ramblings you can at least understand, but this guy, this is like Robert with but none of the coherence. Okay, let's see. Drive for me. It works. Except they are kind of swerving. No, I'm talking about I'm saying that Robert's messages are more coherent and understandable. This guy makes Robert pale by comparison in terms of how incoherent he is. But yeah, what do you think about the minimap there up in the right? We got this GTA-style minimap with dynamic icons. I mean, it looks bad, but like it's actually rendering the icons with like the correct rotation and everything. Although it seems like it's using the player rotation. No camera overhead. I'm using a pre-render. I think the camera overhead is like that's the trivial approach. That's the, if you have, I don't know, I don't even think I've ever seen like an overhead that looks good. You just can't get any visual clarity in it unless you're doing a bunch of freaking shader magic or rendering some separate low LOD, you know, of the entire world. I think that's what I forget, there was a game I saw where the minimap was 3D, but it was re-rendering the entire world, but in like very, very low LOD level, so it almost looked like it was custom shaded. But in general, I feel like, you know, if I want to have it be hand-drawn, this minimap is just an overhead screenshot with a bunch of post-processing effects and manual adjustments. But it's an old screenshot, so it's sort of out of date. But I need to find where the actual minimap renderer is, because I used to use the camera. Rotate minimap, yeah. Get player Y. Here, I think camera.main.order. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't. I've never seen a genuinely impressive overhead minimap. Like, for example, I know that when Skyrim went from, or when the Elder Scrolls went from Oblivion hand-drawn world map to Skyrim 3D render world map, it was like, dude, this looks garbage. Whereas all GTA and Red Dead maps are all hand-drawn and look beautiful, you know? You don't, when you're browsing Google Earth, unless you're trying to look at the nature, you don't want to look at the satellite images. You want to look at the map drawings, right? So unless you're doing some, you know, shading tricks to like render the roads only or whatever, you're not really getting away with the overhead camera, I feel. Because it becomes too dense visually, I feel. Yeah, yeah. Well, it's not. I mean, if you look at the world map, it's a mix. It's not just traffic. It actually has like the actual height in it. And that's something, you know, you have this sort of height map stylization. Same with the water. And it just looks really nice. And it's, you know, there's actual like shading. There's some artistic value in it. It's not just roads. And we try to do the same thing. Pretty sure you see that map, right? When you open up the menu. Don't you see it like this? Am I crazy? You don't see it like that. See it like that. Yeah, I mean, there's still shading. Right, that's how it looks. Yeah. Which is still fine in my mind, because there's still shading in the water and stuff. Yeah, I mean, here you also have, with the roads and stuff, there's shading going on with the actual roads. You can see here, like, the smaller buildings get faded out. Roads get amplified. There's, like, clear overlapping of roads. And then smaller roads fade out. Which is, like, I mean, it's artistically pleasing to look at, right? And then you have the Red Dead Redemption 2 in-game map, which is also, you know, stylized. This one actually has like hand-drawn stuff on it, follows the creeks and the rivers. It just looks very good. And like the hand-drawn animals on here and stuff like that. It's very immersive. It fits. And this feels like a real map you could look at. But it's obviously been cleaned up. Well, the way we do it in Penguin Heist is actually, we use tracing. So I'll see if we can find the actual textures. Yeah. I can show what we have here, because I think he did it's not, I didn't make these, but he made a good job with these. So he just took aerial images and traced them. So they're not actual, like, fully one-to-one, And there's like this 3D, 2D imprint. So there's actually like fake perspective on the buildings. Like this is obviously the rotation of this building, like given perspective, would not result in that angle on that one. But he's like shifting and moving around the perspective just so you can like see what kind of building is this. Because otherwise you see this Colosseum, top-down orthographic aerial view, it's just a flat circle, but here he lifts it up. So it's like, when you're standing here on the map, obviously you're not on top of the Colosseum because perspective would shift it to the right. But in terms of looking at the map and understanding what am I looking at, I think this works great. And like roads are amplified, walls are amplified, rocks, impassable areas amplified. And we're going to do the same style for Penguin Springs. So we'll just have this hand-drawn map that amplifies sort of the necessary elements. And I think that's how maps should be. And it's the same thing in Elden Ring, for example. The reason Elden Ring is so fun to explore is because you can just open up the map and you can look at it just visually before even going somewhere. You're like, oh, that part of the map looks strange. I wonder what's there. And you go there. It's the same here. You open up this map. You're like, a Colosseum, interesting. I can go there. Or a fort, interesting. Or here's a temple. So like we've put out the buildings that are relevant to you. And just instantly tells you, this is a place you can go. This is a place that could be interesting. And that's where we also hide like the blueprints and stuff. So I think that's how I like my map designs. Because you just don't get that with the top-down camera style. You just don't. And here we clearly show like what are the boundaries of this level. V3? As in the drawing program? Or I think he's using...
Megadega once said, "So I just dropped the patch already, Cornball. But I got to add this and that. Wrong, get it right. I want to play the game and do fun movies NGL. Ah, neat. I don't care if I get any hate for it. Ah, nap."
No, yeah, these are different maps. We have a bunch of maps. Like this is the biggest level, Denial, for example. So these are just a bunch of different levels. But this is like the first version of that one. Then he added the trees, which changes the look. I mean, he's made unique levels for every... unique maps for every level. So they're all different. But it's all traced, hand-drawn, and all the relevant stuff. But this comes with the caveat of not maintaining interiors, unless you have, like, I guess you could do hand-drawn interiors as well if you have triggers. But the way we approach this is sort of like the interior should mostly explain themselves. But I think it's these are just nice maps to look at too. Like you could have these as I don't know, it's just nice. And he adds like these little details like coffee stains almost, you know, or like watercolor stains or whatever you want to call them. But yeah, it's nice to look at. This one also big. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of interiors. I like them in Oblivion for like dungeons. Yeah, I don't know what order he made some of these, but they're all quite nice, I think. Some of them have even more detail than others, but yeah, it's this watercolor style, I guess. Okay, now it's tied to the main camera. Okay, sweet. But also, look, I don't know if I showed you this, but the careers are working here, as well as stats. So these just get loaded in dynamically just based on an enum. So I can just define a new stat in the enum. And the enum can also be used as a reference in scripts. To say like, yeah. So it just turns the enums into a list, and then I can access those. I can just say, hey, what is my, skill type dot intelligence value? I thought that's the cleanest way to define it, because all the skills behave the same way. They all level up the same way. It's you add experience and whatever. And then also I added this feature, which is hunger. I think you may have seen that. I forget. But yeah, we have hunger now. So you can actually like buy pizzas, and if you get too hungry, your penguin will become fat. Or it will start to shrink, but if you eat too much, your penguin will actually get a little chunky. I wonder where these texts are coming from. Yeah, it's so nice. Like if I ever feel like, how do you do the morphing? It's scaling and downscaling the visual bone. So I have essentially my character is split into the physical representation, which is all the bones with the active like configurable joints, and then these ghost bones that just take on the locations of the bones. And basically, like I have in the belly, it's like 2 bones, and I upscale the one in the center and then downscale the one above, so that way you maintain like the scale relationship. But only the belly bone grows. Like the parent scales up and the child scales down. And because all the bones relate to the right, these bartenders, because all the bones relate to the clothings as well, I don't need to deal with any blend shapes or bullshit like that. I literally just scale the belly. I am gonna have to offset the bottom like pivot of the arms, or bottom like default rotation, because as the belly scales up, the arms don't like shift outwards, because obviously if you're rounder, your arms should poke more outwards because you can't keep them down straight as much. But that's the only change I have to make. But beyond that, it works with the clothes. So if I get fatter, my shirts deform with the roundness of my penguin. But yeah, the proper way would be use blend shapes, but it's just, that's a decision you have to make very early on, because you can't transfer blend shapes to like new topologies for very obvious reasons. Yeah, I freaking hate that font, but I'm just using it. I don't care. I think it's supposed to be a mono size font though. Do I have a mono size font? I guess. Oh, right. I'm using the wrong text asset. Here we go. I think there's a text somewhere else that was rendering like through the map. There's 2 rich Ricks. Delete the imposter. Another where are you? Found you. Ah, there it is. It's the when life gives you lemons. Oh, yeah. I forgot that too. What sort of fonts do I have?
This is Fernando Miguel. He is really good at dancing.
Signators learned to dance.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you for the follow. I don't know what I'm gonna do with all these buildings. I guess it would be kind of cool to have like this compound, Snakewinds compound, show up in Penguin Springs. Following because Penguin. Thank you, Signat. Signat. We're making Penguin Springs, which is also known as Penguin GTA. Why not have above ground though? Optimization? Yeah, optimization. Basically the well, it's the reason they exist down there is not, it's not just optimization, it's more like I can have the exterior look the way I want it to and the interior the way I want it to without compromising. I think that's the primary reason, because sometimes I do want it to be in-world, like all the housing and stuff. Like the player housing is going to be in-world. But like the pizzeria, for example, I can just have it look however I want on the exterior and then do whatever I want on the interior. But I think I'm going to try to keep it to as few instance places as possible. Maybe not have any. We'll see. It could be they all end up being interiors, but like this is leftover stuff. No, just TP from door. No peeking in. But we'll see. Maybe because this is all leftover stuff from Penguin Village, right? So this is all Penguin Village. Obviously, I had to do this because Penguin Village is a freaking tiny level, and the buildings there were not thought to have interiors in the first place. So I was like, I'll just throw around these things and whatever. But yeah, we'll see what I do with Penguin Springs. I want to try to keep it as much in-world as possible, so we might do complete redesigns of like the clothing store and whatever. But right now, this is just me reusing assets. Like these stores are obviously the yoga, the Newts and Notes are all like in-world. All the new stores I added to Penguin Village were in general like in-world. Pongus Groceries is also Penguin Village. Laundromat is Penguin Village. There's like a clinic that's in-world. So on, so on, so on. Let's see. Yeah, that is a lack of immersion, 100%. I mean, you'd have to do some sort of good ambiance manager that can like figure out what sounds to play, how and what. But that's also an issue, I guess, with interiors, is you can design it around the fact that like the ambiance of the city is muffled, whereas you have to struggle a lot more to do the same transitioning zones for ambiance if you're doing it all in one place. So I mean, it's, you know, it's a give and take, but I think in general I want to keep as much above world as possible. And now with the automatic lotting, that is something I'm willing to embrace fully, because it was not reasonable in Penguin Village to do it because we didn't have any lotting. We didn't use any lotting. So, but let's see. I think we're basically done with the, at least the refactoring in terms of like structure. We're gonna have to come back later. Come back later to fix the actual bugs, but it shouldn't be so difficult anymore now that we've actually refactored most of the car code. I think I should just well, I don't know, it's not entirely easily solvable. I don't know. I mean, if you have like you're in an interior and a car drives by and try to make it like feel realistic in that sense, I don't know. To make it sound like you're not out on the street, I think if you're trying to do like proper sound design, it's probably a bit of a struggle. But I think for me, yeah, it was a twofold. Essentially, yeah, no lotting, so I had to make them underground, and secondly, the space reason that I mentioned. So, for example, I had in Penguin Village, I had designed basically this clinic, right? And in the back, it was like I was running out of space in the clinic proper. So I had like, you know, a little hospital bed and whatever, and then in the back I was like, I want to have like a room that goes here because I want to extend this building. And then I look and it's like, well, I mean, this building is as big as it is. I'm not going to modify this building because it's using like pre-made assets from all these other ones. So I was like, well, I'll just add a door and freaking portal and it teleports you into the back room. Problem solved. You don't have to like change the geometry. You just add a little portal and it's solved. So it eases, simplifies the development process quite a bit by working with portals. Yeah, I guess. That's the new thing. Has there actually been like a game that's utilized that in an interesting way? Like, I mean, you could... There's obviously those perspective games. Like Viewfinder and the one with the like picking up and dropping objects. Those are more perspective games, but like I see all these demos on Twitter and stuff, but it's like, are you guys even making games using this, or are you just making like tech demos? Because I haven't played an actual non-Euclidean game that's done anything interesting with the... I think E.T. is arguably non-Euclidean because you were walking around in circles in this repeating but non-repeating geometry, non-repeating impossible geometry, and same with Stanley Parable does those things as well. Well, I wouldn't say they're non-Euclidean. No, they're more perspective. It's like you hold up the camera, or you hold up the image, you plop down the image, and then it turns out that the image you're seeing is a 3D space, not a 2D space. So it's like perspective based as opposed to like... I wouldn't argue that those are non-Euclidean in the same sense of the word. But maybe they are. Maybe the images that you project... Actually, I think the Viewfinder... actually is non-Euclidean. I think it's not just what's in the view. I don't know actually. I think maybe when you enter those images that you can actually walk into like impossible geometry. But I'm 90% sure that it's just perspective. And then like mesh cutouts essentially. Like playing with perspective is not non-Euclidean to me. It's just perspective. But impossible geometry is like the core feature of non-Euclidean games, I would argue. You walk in a repeating hallway, but where it should have looped around into its original position, it doesn't. Well, I mean, it's, you know, there are people who in Unity showcase non-Euclidean, like, I'm not talking about like truly non-Euclidean. I'm talking about like they showcase impossible geometry that you can walk around and it's like, oh, you enter this, you know, portal thing and whatever, and you're like in a different space. And I wouldn't argue like Portal, for example, is more portal based gameplay. It is technically, I guess, sort of. No, I wouldn't. It's not non-Euclidean, is it? Because you're always in the same space. You're never exiting. You're just connecting the space. Like point A to point B. Anyway. Yeah, I think For me, the when I think non-Euclidean, I think impossible geometry. That's what I think. And I don't, there's nothing about Portal that makes it feel like mind-bending. The fact that if you imagine the Portal as a plane, it cleanly maps its point A on that wall surface to a point B on another wall surface. And that's the end of it. And there's nothing mind-bending or complex about that, I would say, beyond actually implementing it. But, you know, okay, so matrix math. I mean, I did a little bit of matrix math in university, but that was like one course in the first year. And after that, I did a little bit more matrix. I mean, it is defined as non-Euclidean, but there's nothing about the gameplay implications that that makes it feel worthy to be called non-Euclidean. Like you can't use non-Euclidean as a catchphrase for your game, I feel, if it's just portals. You just call it a portal game. Yeah, I did matrix math when I was doing machine learning as well. That's all matrix math. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. Mega, the perspective game. Yes. Museum. What's it called? I think it might be this one. No, that's Viewfinder. Games like Viewfinder. So, like, how would you multiply a 9x9 matrix? Yeah, it's yeah, I did matrix math in high school as well, but it wasn't as advanced as the stuff I was doing in university. Liminal, I think. Is that the one? Liminal. No. Superliminal. That's the one, yeah. Yeah, because this is also one. It's like, it's perspective. So it's not dealing with like impossible spaces. It's like depending on the distance of the yeah, technique. I in my last year I did special math, and there we did matrix math. But yeah, it's like depending on the distance that you're holding the object, you can like have it become bigger or smaller, but it's playing more with perspective, and it's the same thing I feel about Viewfinder, but it might be that it's doing other stuff beyond perspective, but I think it's just perspective. I mean, I thought the special one was fun because it was really delving, like we would have uh problem solving exercises, but they would be lasting instead of having, you know, like you get handed this problem to solve in any other math class and it's like solve this within 20 minutes. But these problems were like solve this over the course of 2 weeks. So it's like an entirely different approach to problem solving that I hadn't faced yet. And I think for me, that's the sort of problem solving that you end up doing in like programming, where it's like a big problem, break it down into its smaller components and work from there. But you have to not just do that. You have to do it for a very big problem. So I thought that was fun. And then we did, yeah, like Matrix. We did a little bit of programming also, because at the time, this was 2016, I think. At the time, there was no programming courses or anything, so we did Python programming, which was fun. Fourier transforms? No. No. It was basically matrix multiplications, the identity matrix, stuff like that. Yeah, my co-worker, he did math in university, so he did pure mathematics. And he does all those matrix multiplications. He did his like masters on crystal formations or whatever. Okay. Let's see. I think I'm gonna synchronize this and just try the multiplayer. Too intelligent stream. Not entertaining. Well, I'm gonna do multiplayer testing now. So we'll get back to our usual hijinks. Yeah. And sine and cosine, I think, are super useful. Immensely useful. And like working with the unit circle, I think, is also just like very cool. I don't know, I feel like, you know, honestly, they should be teaching like game dev. They should be teaching game dev in university for like math with shaders. I mean, they could do it with, I don't know if that would be as interesting. I think physics problems in game development would probably be more interesting, but I guess with physical you get like more deterministic results. Would be cool to do matrix classes using shaders or machine learning or whatever. But that's what I'm saying, Mega. That's why if they teach it using game development or something like that, something practical, you can actually see, because I think one interesting thing with math is not just seeing the outcome of the correct result, but the outcome and result of the incorrect result. Seeing like what outcomes do you get from using the wrong methods? Because programming in and of itself is all logical steps. Math is all about logical steps. And programming really enforces those logical steps. But I think like there is I don't know, there's something about the way that math is taught in school that is too focused on the memorization aspect. And that's also how I noticed that they will introduce new topics from the point of view of, here's something new you should memorize. Not starting from the point of view of, we have this problem that we need to solve. How do we do this? Well, we could do it this way, or we could do it that way, but instead we have this technique that we could use. Because then you start from the approach of it being a tool as opposed to being just something that is. Yeah. And I mean, it's absurd how people cannot wrap their head around percentages. It's absurd to me because percentages is like such a fundamental part of everyday life. And for teachers to like fail to be able to turn that into a concrete thing that people can understand the usefulness in. Huh? Like, because I would argue that even the best teachers I had, they were really good at explaining sort of how something worked, but I think if you weren't already in it, you would not be convinced by them that this is something that is worth learning. And I think that's the big problem with a lot of teachers, is that even the good ones are just good to the ones who are already interested. Yeah, probabilities 100%, but you can't go into probabilities until you have you know, an understanding of at least integrals and like proper probabilities, until you have an understanding of what the frick is called, integrals and second degree goes to first degree, which is its rate of change. or first degree goes to second degree, whatever it's called. I mean, the selection process can't be very greedy, though. You disagree with probabilities? Yeah, I mean, the probabilities, if you want to, the even more... Yeah, area under graph. I mean, but that's like probabilities. If you're looking at like a PDF probability density function, right? You have the area under curve is like, if you want to look at proper probabilities, and that's something that for me was, when I took my probabilities course in university, it was like, oh shit, you know, I actually get it now, whereas it hadn't been like properly explained to me. But like the concept of looking at probabilities like this, and you have like the whatever splits, you know. So if you don't know integrals, you can't work with that. Don't think standard deviations, standard deviations you have within a curve. But that's a normal distribution you'd have. But that's like such a important thing, I think, because that has the power to change your outlook on the world, understanding like the way that probabilities work. Not just the probabilities of pulling like a freaking ace from a deck of cards, but understanding like what are false positives and false negatives, and working with like, yeah, what are standard deviations and any sort of larger distribution function. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's like the selection. You can't be too picky because they're starving for teachers. But they're also starving for good teachers. I think a lot of people who probably are like people who would be the best teachers probably have their sights set higher. And not only that, I think if they really truly wanted to teach, they would be scared away from teaching because of all the administrative work and having to deal with parents and so on and so forth. If they could be left to only teaching and inspiring, they would probably do much better. But as it stands, they have to do not just the teaching, but they have to do the grading and then the parent communication and yada yada yada. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, oh, what's the chance of pulling an X from a deck of card? What's the chance of you scramble all the letters? What you find a letter A? What's the probability of that? What's the probability of finding A and B? And it's like, okay. But you start looking at, yeah, like these greater cases where you can actually like apply probability distributions. I think well, I don't think you need to hit the kids. Put that on the record, guys. But I think that kids need to see consequences, and I think one of the best consequences you could have for a kid is not being part of class, right? Social exclusion is like one of the worst cases for any person, right? That's why prison works, because you're excluded from society. So I think some form of social exclusion is sort of the best way. I don't think that's what they want, though. What they want is to exercise control over their environment. The moment you take away any opportunity for them to exercise control, because their way of exercising control is not being put in a room where they can't do anything. They cannot socialize with anyone. They cannot be on their phone. They just have to sit and basically stare at a wall. That is not a chance for them to exercise control, right? They're not getting their way because it's not a desirable situation to end up in. Like if time and time again you break the rules, and every single time you break the rules, you get put in a room with no one to talk to, you're not going to want to do that again because what you're being derived, like what they are taking away from you is any chance at any form of social connection. So I think it's the key is wait, okay, did I not have the right build profile? Yeah, the key I think is definitely pre-puberty. I was very ADHD aggro. That shit didn't work at all. I think looking back, it made it worse. Being socially excluded. But in what way was it executed? Because I mean, if you're talking about like making things worse, because you're essentially you're striving for you're going for the same end result, and essentially taking the same approach. Because if we're talking about, which keep in mind, I'm going to preface this by saying I don't condone this, but if you're talking about hitting a kid, that is essentially deriving any chance of control they have, right? That is the intent with the action. It's saying that you are not in control here. I am in control, so I will put you through something you do not want to be put through. Strange, is not showing up with the server. Full. All right, yeah, because it's okay. Strange. Yeah, I think if we're talking about any form of like punishment for misbehavior in class, I think for sure social exclusion is the only one I would ever consider. I don't know why the server's not showing up. Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm saying don't put them in a room and keep teaching them. I'm not saying like put them in a room and keep forcing them to like do their homework, because that's not gonna vibe with them. But I think it's, you know, I don't know exactly how you would. It made it worse every time. Well, I just don't see how the alternative of violence would be a better situation. Wait, social exclusion as child discipline study. Yeah, significant negative consequences. Research demonstrates the impact will lead to poor social and emotional outcomes, including a parasocial. Right. Okay. Interesting. So what do we do then? To punish or exclude. Children endorse punishment and exclusion for out-group more members more than in-group and out-group punishment. That's interesting. Well, I mean, redirection. You'd still have to, like, there has to be, for someone to not want to do something again, there has to be a consequence, right? And a negative one. If someone gets a positive consequence, then you might as well just redo whatever you did. This is about spanking, though. This is different. Interesting. Strange, it's not showing up on the... Yeah. I mean, that I don't know, man. Wait, I just want to see most efficient child discipline study. The most efficient and effective child discipline studies point to positive, non-punitive approaches, emphasizing strategies like giving calm consequences, redirecting behavior, and providing positive attention. Right. Praising good behavior, obviously. Calm consequences. What would be a calm consequence? Instead of punishment, provide calm, logical consequences that help the child understand the link between actions. Yeah, but what is a calm consequence? So, like, the concept of physically punishing kids and isolating them come from the idea that they're being troublesome in class for the purpose of being annoying in class. But it's widely accepted in teaching now that most likely kids cause issues in class because of other conditions like behavioral or psychological, right? Those can be solved by counseling and a change in environment. Calm consequence is like time out, go grab water and talk to someone. Yeah, and that's what I guess that's more my approach with I guess maybe that would be the more relaxed version of social exclusion, which is saying, hey, get out of this environment because you can't be here right now. But yeah, I don't know why. I don't know if that would have worked. I don't know. Do teachers not ask raging kids why they're raging? Or do they approach it as from the perspective of they're wanting to be disruptive? I mean, obviously there are kids who will want to execute control simply because they can. Not because of some underlying issue, I would assume. Some kids are just assholes because they want to be assholes. I mean, you can have adults who will admit to that. Kids who, I don't know, drive around on Vespas or motorbikes or whatever to make loud noises are not doing it because they're not being like because they're mistreated by society or something. They just do it because that is a way for them to exert control over their environment. So there are for sure children and youth and people who are assholes just because that is a way for them to exert control over their environment. Yeah, I guess that is the thing. The kid is not going to be open to a teacher who they already think is their enemy. That makes sense. Well, it doesn't have to be bad parents either. A kid can hide bad behavior. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be they got it from the parents. I mean, if you go to a school, you can be easily influenced by the people in your class. I think that was also a study that I remember reading, that the parents only account for about 50% of the kids' behavior. Parent raising attribute study. Percent or something. How much influence do parents? Yeah, I think parents raising influence children. I don't know. There was a fairly yeah, they're saying a general rule of thumb is about 50% of variance explained by genes. You might think the other 50% is substantially due to parental influence, but this is probably not true because you further partition based into shared and non-shared environmental influences. Shared is everything that twins in a family share, e.g. where they live, how strict their parents are, how many books are in the house, family wealth, everything. The overall effects of these factors tend to be very small, less than 10%. Instead, it is the non-shared environment that dominates. That includes everything that might happen to one twin and not another, e.g. who your best friend was and all those particular to you as an individual. Yeah, there's famous and at least somewhat repeatable results that between genes, parenting, and everything else, parenting accounts for about 0 to 10% of the variance. Why? I don't know. It just happened. Magic. Parenting and teaching. Yeah. I don't know. It's like it's not creating the lobby or something. I don't know. What if I just host a game with no password? I mean, it's interesting though. It's an interesting topic. But yeah, I think that's also something to consider that, you know, not to go all eugenics, but unruly parents often will have unruly kids because their, you know, genetic makeup or whatever tends to
Signate said, penguin, 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 penguin.
have them leaning towards unruly behavior. Maybe they're more like spontaneous or whatever, you know? If they have like this, I don't know, like non-conforming tendency, then maybe their kids are likelier to be non-conforming. It is loud as hell. Okay, maybe I need to change the volume on that then. I think I need to restart Unity because I think it's this one that's broken. It's just randomly the Unity editor.
Megadega1 said, "Stop yapping and start do more Penguin."
Yeah, it's yapping and penguin right now.
Signate said, "Penguin, Penguin, give Penguin or I will put the Penguin in the corner with a dunce hat."
Penguin, 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 penguin. Let's see if this works now. Because it's like randomly in the editor only, the Steamworks library, or for some reason just like falls apart. It's only in the editor too. So now the servers are showing up, so it should be showing up here as well. There it is. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, we'll see if this works now. I was thinking to make it more like GTA, we're gonna have maybe like a 5-minute loading screen or something as you like boot up the game. We have a bug already. I wonder if that's Penguin Springs specific or if it's something else. Yeah, it's here, assign in the inventory renderer. Oh, wait. Oh, it can't load in the lobby. I think the mid-session join wants to load in the lobby, but it can't. Pull up. So, we need to edit this scene. But yeah, Vim Motions. I'm loving Vim Motions now. I've been using some big-ass macros. I'm absolutely loving it, dude. I just need to make the actual transition to Vim, the editor, at some point. I'm not in a rush. I want to feel like super confident, but man, I'm loving like zooming through the files. Just feels so nice. Let's see. So I think because I do additive scene loading to maintain like the lobby references, which means that it wouldn't get initialized correctly. You should, dude. You should. I feel like I'm actually genuinely getting faster, though. I'm not sure if that's because I was so slow and now I'm like catching up, but I do feel like I'm faster. Like not writing code, but like editing the code. And there was actually, I was refactoring some multiplayer code from my other game that was written in Network for Game Objects. I refactored that to Fusion 2. And there I know I was faster because I don't know how the heck I would do that find and replace in any meaningful way. But I made a macro for like 2 variations of find and replace. And it just worked flawlessly. And I had it done in essentially 2 minutes or something. Like I made the macros and then 2 minutes going through the files. Because it was like I couldn't just do it like spam do it. I had to do it with like manual oversight. But if I was doing it mouse and keyboard, I would have to lock in for like 20 minutes or something. Like lock in mouse and keyboard. Not the same. I was refactoring for this other game, Penguin World. I was changing the all the network variables and stuff because the way that they're set up in Network for Game Objects is completely different from Fusion, and I was refactoring them to be network variables in Fusion. And I had a lot of those throughout the scripts. And then I also had to refactor all the RPCs. There's like the I had to refactor the client RPCs, the server RPCs, to the correct Fusion layout, and then I had to refactor all of the network variables to the correct Fusion layout. And that went like butter. Smooth like butter because of Vim motions. Because you just end up thinking about text differently when you're doing the Vim motions. You're thinking of like pattern matching essentially. But it's like delete that, edit that, select that. Yeah, that's how I'm feeling, dude. You just see that and then you like you see an opportunity, you see an opening, and you're like, do I go for it? Do I do the motion? And then you do the motion, and it takes like an extra 5 seconds to type it out as compared to how it would have taken to like do it, you know, mouse and keyboard style. But you did it, and it worked exactly how you wanted it to, and it feels immensely satisfying. But you think that was wasted time, but then you come back later and you're like, wait, that's the same thing this is the same scenario I was in that one time when I was like, should I use the motion? Should I? And then you do it again, but this time it only takes you 1 second, and you're like, damn, that was faster than it would have been with mouse and keyboard. And then you do it again, and it's like, damn, that was even faster with mouse and keyboard. And then it just becomes all these random muscle memory things you get, and you just speed up. And it's speed that you can't even build up with mouse and keyboard, because it's just not possible. And there's also something so satisfying about, like, when you have a command in like any, you know, Visual Studio or freaking JetBrains. When you have any sort of command there, it's always like a key combination. With Vim Motions, it's no longer a key combination, it's an order of key presses. And that sort of changes your outlook on commands, and there's just this flow to pressing a command. Like, instead of in IDEA here, if I wanted to go to like the definition here, I'd press like Control B. So I press Control and then B at the same time. Here I just do GD, go definition, and they're all mnemonic. So it's like you can memorize commands so quickly because all the keys are at your fingertips. So you can just like go to definition, go to class, go, and you have all these things, and you just there's a key press to brain connection that gets formed. And it's like you're creating all these neural patterns, but like Control B, huh? Like, dude, that's freaking what's control mean? Like, the more I use the emotions, the more I'm getting it. Okay, I don't know why that button is not enabled. Let's see if I can spawn in at least. They are too random. And it's like in Blender or whatever. Oh, damn, this FPS is ass. Holy shit. What am I doing as a client that is using up so much? Is it because I'm profiling? Nah, it's still ass. Let's see. This client is simulating the universe on the main thread. Simulating the Big Bang. Oh, it's doing like pathfinding. Look at those allocations, 282. That's absurd. Okay. Is it the nav mesh cutting? Nah, that can't be. No, but yeah, there is something to be said for... Oh yeah, it's definitely the nav mesh cut. Yeah. My FPS is back. Okay, I guess I need to figure out where the nav mesh cut is being disabled. It's still worse than it is on the host, though. But I guess that's... later. Ah, hello, taxi. But yeah, it's... there's some like so niche keybinds too. Like there's increment and decrement values, which are like, when am I ever going to use the increment one? Is it like when I'm, I don't know, indexing an array or something? But then I just this morning, I was like, of course, I make a freaking macro that prints out the increment and decrement of Or like I increment these, I can show you what I did because I was removing allocations, like I said. And I couldn't I couldn't allocate this over and over. But I have to read the key presses. Let's see, keys. I think that's what I call it. Maybe it's in the item manager actually. Yeah, here. So this is very copy pasty. But this is because this is 0 and this is 1. And every row down it increments by 1. So I just made a macro that essentially pastes the row, increments this one, increments that one. And I ran it and it was like, damn. That's so nice. I didn't save time, but there's a satisfaction to it. There is a amount of satisfaction. And sometimes, you know, if you can make writing a copy paste line of 8 values a joy, then it's worth it. Yeah. Look at him go. Yeah, I'm a client now, so this is multiplayer. It is a bit janky, I think, specifically with these dudes. Or emotion, if you want to be cool. Yeah. I need to figure out why these guys aren't... Like, they spawn in the NPCs with the right one. Yeah, they're supposed to fly away. There's a little issue with the way that ah! Shit. Yeah, I need to figure out how to make the cars actually respond to like impulses from like player impacts. Oh, this dude spawned in with an NPC. Though some of them spawn with NPCs. But I guess most of them don't. But then there's some out of order operation. I did have the car stuff settled, but I guess now it's just broken. And also you can see, I don't know if you guys see that. Oh. But the player on the minimap is rendering outside the minimap as like a little dot there on the left. You're not going to see him now because... yeah, but speaking of like Copilot and stuff, I never used any of those AI editors, so I can't speak to their efficiency, but I've never felt this amount of satisfaction from writing and editing code, at least. I can tell you that much. When you're in proper like edit refactoring mode and you're using Vim, it is a joy. Doesn't feel all too different when you're just actively writing a new script, but when you're refactoring, for sure, different vibe altogether. Yeah, I need to fix, because I mean, you hear the sound of the engine is not sounding so fresh. Because I have like set it to go like maximum 15 kilometers per hour. So it's like extremely slow. But the throttling is very high. And also because of the speed up rate, it slips. But, you know, pretty good. It's alright. Wait, I need to see if I can get fat. Am I fat? Ah, shit. Me car! Does it actually explode? I have to get into it. I think I have to be in it. Oh! Based. Oh, the fields. What is this? Breath of the Wild? Hey yo, what is this? Breath of the Wild? What is this? Tears of the Kingdom? Hey yo, what is this? Hey yo, where's Zelda at? That's a reference to the grass, by the way, guys. Ah! He's the one guy who spawned with an NPC. The one that got away. See, I told you that persistent world was worth it, because now... Wait, my penguin is fat. My penguin is fat. But does the host see me as fat? That, I don't know. I see myself as fat! I'm fat. Okay. Let's go to the pizzeria and see if the host eats himself fat. Will I see it? I'll be there. Wait for me. Oh, is that rendering based on... Oh, okay. Can I get a shrimp pizza? Yeah, the mafia Gwins. These Gwins were socially excluded for being unruly in the classroom. Okay, I mean, it's lagging a lot when I eat the pizza. Failed to load prefab. I wonder if the... Yeah, it's probably not destroying it synchronized. Pizza... Interactable, edible. Destroy. Wait, but... I mean, there's something... Something gets out of sync here. Out of memory, all buckets are full. The fusion allocator. So what exactly is it struggling with? Oh shit, look at him. He's fat. I mean, buying pizza is not an issue. Okay, yeah, it seems like eating pizza there is not an issue either. Yeah, there it struggles. See, it just ran out of memory there. But we're both fat. Allocator out of memory. All buckets are full. I wonder then, maybe I should just increase the... You struggle eating that much pizza as well. Yeah, I think you're probably not alone. App settings. Oops. So I think that could be the problem then. It just runs out of space. Doesn't have enough heap. Then we'll see if I can spam eat the pizza when I synchronize this. After this, I think we're going to be done for the day. I'm going to take a little break. And then I'm probably going to do some work off stream. Try to get this update actually out. I guess I can write down the... render car swerving. Render NPCs cars on client. Okay, let's see if we can spam eat pizza now. Because, I mean, really what we're sending there is... Oh, right. Do not render, interact, or... I don't know, I guess I would be client again. What Unity version? I'm using Unity 6.2. Ah, sweet, hindered. Okay. Let's go to the pizzeria, my dude.
Your reflection tells a story of a pirate's life of glory. Trust your eyes. Arr, the mirror never lies. Arr.
Video when I first started? Not really. Yeah, seems like that was the issue. Yeah, I could eat all the pizzas. No problem. No lag. We just ran out of memory. Come on. I need to change the LOD to be more aggressive when you're up close. Yeah, it's not that they're strong, it's more like they're not in the right position, but like he's not really where he is. Oh shit. That was fire. I wonder if it's just synchronizing a lot of things, or... Like there, we're obviously receiving positions, so... Like there is a delay. I wonder what or is it doing comparisons in the heap then to see like where the data inconsistencies are? Should I not have them be that large? Will it be like more collisions? I don't know. I'm gonna look a bit more into this and see what the implications of the heap page sizes are. Because it feels like it's more sluggish now that I increased the heap page size. Like, look at that. That's some, like, major delay. We're using built-in input system? Yeah, I'm just using the standard shit. I know you're supposed to use the new one. They keep screaming at me that it's deprecated. I've just been using this one for so long. Well, does it do it for the... it's not about allocations right now. It's about the way that memory allocations happen for... I don't even think they're true allocations. It's like a simulated heap that the networker uses for like data. Like the network project config has this here, the page shift and page count. I just put it at 128 because we were running out of memory when we were eating too many pizzas. When we were spam eating pizzas, we ran out of memory. Because I guess there's, yeah, I mean, we timed out there, so we just disconnected from the server now. But yeah, I'm going to look a bit more into that, see exactly what I'm dealing with. But like a lot of the loading I've done now has been like undone, so I think it's trying to send way more data than it should at this moment. There are quite a few things I need to... I think it is some sort of buffer for receiving data, but I also don't know if it's like impacting the speed at which it's read or something. Like if it can impact that. I don't know. I'm gonna look a bit more into it. But yeah, I think we're gonna call it a day. I'm gonna go take a lunch because it's like 3:30 now. Well, 2:30. Very. How many frames? I mean, I try to gun for 60 minimum, but some levels you get like 200 frames. Some you don't. Depends on the quantity of enemies and the size of the level. The first one I think it can run really well. On this setup, that is. Very obviously you don't get a guaranteed 200 FPS per level, but it parts of the games run like a well-oiled machine and parts don't. But yeah, I think thank you all for joining the stream. I'm gonna go take my well-deserved late lunch, and then I'm gonna look a bit more at this dry and boring stuff. It was a bit more of a dry stream this time around, but that can be fun too. We discussed child violence, and we realized through looking at studies that you should not exclude children, although you are encouraged to remove them from the situation in which they're in. Distraction, redirection, similar to how you should handle any debate in which you are backed into a corner. Redirection. Yeah, so have a good one. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.